All right, here we go. Hey, Tab. All right, how we doing here? My tree farm appears not to have run overnight. But it's running now. It's all running now. Okay, all right. Well, gonna have stuff to contend with here. I'm also out of food again. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Yeah, flint and steel is like the next best way to start fire, other than just like chucking torches at stuff. But I was basically using flint and steel or fire starters until I got flint and steel. Like I had a stack of 4 of them in my create toolbox for the longest time. Or, yeah, Railgar and Fuller's Earth. Okay. I am looking for some yellow dots. I would be in the market for some yellow dots. It is summer though, so maybe I can find some food on the ground. Last time I just killed a family of hyenas, which rightfully so. Alright, what are you guys, ducks? Hello? I would even take a crocodile at this point. I see dots. Where are they? Well, there's some food here, it looks like. Oh, excuse me, sir. I did not like that. Oat seeds. Oh. Oh yeah, now you want some of this, huh? Well, let's just eat a little bit of this raw to stop from starving to death. And then we'll go turn this into some bread. That doesn't look quite right. If I remember correctly, I'm not able to macerate this stuff. Even though I would normally. Yeah, so this has to be mortar and pestle, I believe. Yeah. Just because of how everything works. Yeah, day's been nice so far. It started not too long ago. I slept in nice and long, but probably won't be streaming for a ton tonight. Alright. Flour. Okay, I need some room in my inventory, huh? Oh, this is the other thing that I did. Since I have enough ULV circuits now, I made myself a super tank for my steam. So I have 1 kilobucket of steam. Yeah, millstone works as well. No, it doesn't. Maybe the corn does. There's something about it in the quest book um, about what works and what doesn't. Okay. Bucket of water, spoon, and mixing bowl. I'm assuming that's going to give me wheat flatbread. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's funny. Like every time it comes up, they're like, "Oh, you should do bulk crafting all the time," and I'm like, "Yeah, that makes sense." And then I actually do it, and I'm like, "Oh my god, this is amazing! I just have things." All right, let's get you guys back in there, and we will fire up the. Fire up the stove here. I also didn't leave myself a ton of space over there to do what I need to, but we'll work on it. No, there's something about how the where is it? I don't remember where it is, but it's like because the machines can't respect the spoilage on Terra Permacraft food, you can't do it in machines. Yeah, here it is. You're right. Millstone can't be used to process grains into flour because Create doesn't understand TFC's food expiry system. Until you're able to get the food processor in LV, you can still crush your grains via mortar and a crafting grid. Yep. So that is the limitation. Yep. A watched pot never boils. A watched bread never bakes. Start with automation. So I'm gonna work on getting my tree farm fully connected. Starting to make fuel. And then I'm gonna try and feed that into a get some of the charcoal into a create machine. So that I can start getting some engines going. And then just try and go from there. Just get like all of this, like a nice big create setup going. And then obviously some Steam stuff as well. For what, 13? Did you make it into double ingots by accident? That's a classic. Perhaps. Ooh, not what I want. Oh, did you have like a bad ratio or something? Oh. Yeah, but you can put that back into the thing and melt it out of the cast. I wish this wasn't so slow. Is there a better way to do this? Food oven. Which is shockingly not that far away. These machine hulls, man, these machine casings are just a killer. They're so expensive. The red steel plates, too, are nothing to scoff at, but... You know, I've been doing so much industrializing here that I might honestly be out of copper soon. Like, this is all the copper that I have. Thankfully, though, I have a huge vein of it in the beneath that I can just keep chunking through, so... You should be able to. What are you experiencing with the casting channel? Yeah, you have to put the mold in the table for it to be able to cast, and then you can just right-click. I guess I should ask, do you have the stream open, F13? Can you hear me or no? Yeah, Tav, I was joking about how 13 might just move there. Come on, last batch. Let's go. Come on. There we go. Oh. All right. Let's return to the job at hand here. Um, there are better indicators for some things. All right, we are really. Oh my god. Hey, Martin. Okay, so let's figure out how we're gonna do this. Okay, I think I said saplings are just gonna drop here, which is fine. We can work on containment for those later. The problem is that I would really like buffering here. So I really wanted this to be one higher up. But I'm like kind of out of space here. Because this is effectively what I want to do. But okay. So how to further go from here? Because I do want there to be a buffer. 13. Luigi, I've never personally used one. I think they're probably fine, but I think it's like the main idea is like if you have something perfectly forged, it like doesn't erase the bonus like it did with me. Um, but oh, all right. I did not leave myself much room here. I think we might move this around a little bit. Or just embed it in the ground. A grill. Huh. Interesting. All right, let's do this the right way. So, we can shoot into here. Well, that's pretty far on the ground, though. We perhaps might want to adjust this a little bit so that I've got more room to work here. We're also already full up here, so if I were to move this, I mean, I could also get stuff out from here, like so, but that would still have to drop into something. Yeah. Let's just think about moving this up by one. So then I have some room to work with here. So we'll put this guy right here. Once you're done with this tree, we'll stop you. Alright, so now we can more gainfully put something together here. So what we can do potentially is you can't shoot between inventories, right? I'm pretty sure that's... Let's see. Oh, you can. It's you can't funnel between inventories. That's the one. Okay, so we can have another crate for extra saplings down here. But in the meantime, let's have this guy here. So your job is going to be logs and sticks. What's with the thunder? It's a sunny day. So you can go there. Oh, there's the rain. Alright, so then anything that is a stick, we want to get into a basin. We want the basin to dump back out onto this here. So what we could do, we can use tunnels. I'm trying to think if there's a better way to direct insert. Because if we do this so that the belt connects, you can put the other tunnel here and say that this is sticks and this is logs. And we have a basin right here where sticks will go in, and then only the stick bundles will come back out. Do I have any of those? I thought I had some of those crafted. Oh well. In the meantime, we'll put this guy down here. And this will probably be the powering drive shaft for this. So we can get another belt going. But then, I'm pretty sure, from here we can just... Well, we can't because not long enough. Yeah, pretty much F13. Now, there is supposed to be a way to extend belts by one. I can't remember what it is, though. I think it might just require another belt. Click the shaft with the belt. Okay. Well, I need to make another belt anyways. And I need a hammer. Alright. Yes, I can make stick bundles in the basin. So if I click it like this... No. There it goes. But I still want a shaft right here, though. So now... I should be able to... I left my wrench in the table. So. This is ideally why I'd like to have a roof on this place at some point, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Wrench. Okay. So we can have a metal funnel going in here. This guy like that. We'll put something random in here for now. And then, this doesn't have to be all that fast. So we might consider just another water wheel here. But that might be a little slow. Yeah, I have one list filter somewhere. I just didn't want to make more of them right now. Oh! Okay. That's good. Well, so how much is this giving us? This is giving us... 8 SU. Okay, so that's not enough. How much do you give? 128 is... I mean, we might as well just make one of these and see if it works. Yeah, I do want it to be like a reasonable speed, though. I don't want it to be forever. God, I love it when I can just craft stuff. It's so cool. And it needs more wood, though. I could do that. I could also just use this. Just make a little... I want this one to be entirely passive, though. I don't want it to be dependent on anything else. Well, actually, why am I doing this? I get a better rate of return when I saw them. I also am kind of done with this thunderstorm. Hopefully that's enough. I didn't count. I appreciate it. Have fun with your grill stuff. In the meantime, though, we can get the rest of this stuff set up. So we're going to do a funnel here into... Actually, I could do it the one way. I don't think I can do it this way, though. Actually, you know, this kind of works with what I had in mind anyways. Well, you know what? No, I've changed my mind. I want everything to be above ground. Which means I need to get this stuff extracted somehow into a pipe. So I effectively need to shoot, or I could use a hopper. Hey, doggo. Shoot would let me do stacks at a time, which is perhaps more efficient. But... Well, you know, maybe actually a hopper is advantageous, because if they all have wood in them, and then there's bundles in here... Yeah, I think actually maybe the hopper is the right tool for the job here, now that I think about it. I'm just going to steal this one for now. So we need a 10 item pipe. We need a hopper like so. Need to connect this. All right. So now this I can pick up without the world ending. This I can't, however, it's just less than a stack of charcoal, so I'll survive. Okay. So we're gonna do... Alright, I'm already wrong. I am still wrong. Do a T shape. You do 1, 2, nope, okay. Maybe it's not shift place, maybe it's just right place. 1, 2, oh, okay. We'll just... Then I have to remember how I do this with Greg. So like that. Nope. There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. And then controller, and moss bricks. Structure formed, beautiful. All right, so I actually did. Well, that's actually prepped for the next layer, so we'll call that good. So this is insert, this is outsert, this is insert. Okay. I definitely want the buffer. The buffering is the thing that I want. So, all right. So next, let's do creosote. Okay, and this is going to be output. We'll force it to be singularly flowing here. Okay. And then for now, I'm just going to dump it into here. And now we do the rest of the tin pipes. These guys are export only. So we're going to do the same thing. And for now, we are going to put it down here. All right, let's go see if our treated wood is done. How big an array is this plan to be in total? I'm just going to scale it vertically until it catches up, basically. It's not going to be super intelligent. This is like baby's first automation just to like get the needle moving. This is not going to be some grand systematic thing. All right, 2 steel plates. Anthracite is so OP for blaze burners. Like you see, this does it for 79 seconds. One piece of anthracite will superheat it for 180 seconds and then have it burn normally for 250 seconds. It's actually insane. We're also going to grab 2 water while we're at it. Wouldn't the output buses be able to go into the outputs from above? Perhaps. That's a good point. We should look at that. In the meantime, though, just see how this does. So you're saying from up here... I'm pretty sure anything entering here needs to exit this way. I think that's how that works. We'll have to check, though. In the meantime, though... $32 SU. You're taking 0.5 of one. Very slowly it works. Okay. Time for a speed controller. If that's the case, then I can just extend it by one. It's not a big deal. Speed controller. No brass plates. We needed steel springs. We'll figure it out. We'll make sure it works. There are ways to make this work. What the hell? Oh, it makes two. Wow. Even better. Oh, I need some cogs. All right, so what is the easiest way to do this? Probably speed controller, like so. Well, yeah, this will work. You right there. An axle right here. And then from here, we do this. Water down. Okay, these guys are starting to work. All right, we have our first stick bundle, which we will place here, and then set that to any. We can throw those all back in there. Why are the stick bundles not coming out? Oh, because this is... There we go. Yeah, thankfully they all just get squished right in place here. All right. There you go. That is actually not too bad, all things considered. Bonifacio, welcome back. Check all this stuff back in here. That's going to be a problem. Those going right in there. All right. We also need to get all the stuff out of here. Beautiful. The only thing we have left to do is go make a smart chute, and this will be our sapling chest. Only basalt, ooh. That's no good. That's what we're fixing right now, Tav. I just made more brass plates. What are you talking about? I made... Oh, I turned them all into casings. I see. Aha. We'll call that good enough for now. Hmm. You know what? I think you're right. I think this is not going to work. I like this construct, it's just not quite right. There's a possibility for the charcoal to backfeed. I actually, so see, that's the deceptive part. I actually don't have 2 dimensions because I can't wall share the hatches, so it makes things a little bit more complicated. So now you're explicitly dictating the flow direction. There we go. Take it easy, Mort. Alright, I think this is a little better. Love how I can fill up on water while I'm still eating. Alright. Time to scale vertically. I really don't actually have that much sand left, huh? Will this work over here, is my question. No. Shoot. Just cobble. Oil sands. Let's see. Okay. So I can crush limestone cobble into gravel, and limestone cobble I can replicate. Alright. Aha. I can actually make raw limestone. That would actually be an extra step, so let's just mine this stuff. Oh, damn, it's only 2. Hopefully I have 2 more somewhere. Conglomerates. Oh, I just have a ton right here. Nice. Okay. I guess I just can't hear it from over here. I'm going to need more of this stuff, though. Floating and tin. That's actually normal tin, not tin alloy. Yeah, I just get infinite cobble. Let's put that back real quick. All right. Now I need 13, 15, 28 to make another one, plus a couple more for more controllers. All right, and then correct me if I'm wrong, but we said this stuff we could crush into gravel, which could then also be crushed into sand. That takes 5 seconds, not 15 ticks. Lovely. Oh, I actually have a fair amount of limestone gravel too. Yeah, exactly. Oh, did you not see what I was doing earlier? I was replicating clay. I was using this exactly to make clay. In fact, clay is the thing that requires the spring water and the seawater on either side. I can just, that's how I've gotten all this clay, is just by straight up replicating clay blocks using the same method. Yep. Pretty cool. Ah, yes, pump puddle water. Delicious. Yeah, it's probably enough to kill a man at least. Let's go get a new set hooked up. Looks like I'm short some tin. This is really putting a dent in our Steam, huh? Hmm. All right. There you go. Now, let's see. What is next? Because this system is just more or less going to keep working now. I don't think there's anything else that needs to happen here. My next thought is to see how, because I have an idea for distribution here, but I have to see how it works. I have an idea. Come on. It's just a creative flat world. Why are we taking so long to load here? Okay. So. Do I turn on cheat mode? Here it is. Do we not have the creative motor? Here it is. All right. So. Let's see how these work. I can place this right here. And this right here. So we can do that. Now, does this? It does. Okay. So next question. That goes there. Right. So If I put another one right here, that will also be connected. However, if I do that, and then this, it's still connected. Okay. So what if I get a steel cog and encase that? So then I can put this guy here and this guy here. And now they're not connected. Mm-hmm. And presumably, I could do the same thing again right here. So now, what I have can't connect shafts here. Okay. One could imagine for a second staggering them like so. What I could then do if I am correct, we're going to need to make some space here. But theoretically, what I could do is, let's see. If I do one of these kinds of things, put like a blaze burner right here. And then we need a pump. What do you mean? Well, no, the whole point is that I encased the stone, I encased the wheel so that it doesn't transmit it. Right? Because if I just had a normal, cog wheel here, it would. But I'm trying purposely to not do that. Because what this should let me do yeah. Is now should be able to do the same thing, right? Copper casing. So now, $128 a piece would be five. What the hell is happening here? That's crazy. What this should mean is now each one of these. Oh. I was off by one. Well, for now, let's just do this, just to demonstrate. Well, no, I need the 3. Shoot. No, because then it would be frustrating to try and get the gear in. So now, I now have 3 separate chain conveyors that I can manage independently. Right? And what this buys me is now I can, like, for example, yeah, better late game SU generation would be great. The problem that I'm working through right now, though, specifically is that I am limited by the create shafts. So I can only transmit 128 SU at a time. So, like, I can't connect all 3 of these to one axle like you would do in normal create. I am limited by my axles. So what this is doing is I'm now using each independent engine as a separate source of... Here, let's just make it easy. You can see I have 512 SU via 4 engines. So now each engine is making exactly 128 SU, which I can distribute independently. And what this allows me to do is I can do something like this now, where I can take a vertical gearbox, pipe that into a speed controller of some kind. And now I have SU to play with. So I can have my little outpost right here if I wanted it. I don't know, let's say steel saw, which takes 1x the RPM, right? So steel mechanical saw sits here, and I can now turn this up into 128. So this machine is now, well, I need to relight the business here. You can see this is now taking 128 SU. Right, I can't place another one of these now because I'm locked on this channel, but these other two are still running. So with this stacked system, I can now distribute. Do the chain things eat more SU the faster they go? To my knowledge, no, because you can see that my goggles are not telling me that I'm consuming SU. But as soon as I look at here, I see 128. And it actually is confirmed by the fact that it says that it's 128 consumed out of generated. I've set this here, and I can see that I'm only generating 128. Yeah, perhaps base create has consumption for these guys when you can make infinite. But this is effectively a power distribution system that is enabled by the encased gears not connecting on the bottom. Right, just to be clear, right? I've encased it before I place the next one. So now I have vertical distribution of create power. Yeah, and the speed of the chains don't matter because I can regulate them down the line here. And in fact, you know what I can do is I can just use one of these engines to, let's see, like so. Then we can do one of these guys, which are surprisingly cheap for this mod. Let's get a steel crate. And let's do this and not that. This, and I need to remember how to do this correctly. So if I put this here and I do, how do I do this? Yeah, before they are placed. I remember that much. Right click inventories, and then shift right click. Okay. Well, this is opening an inventory. How do I... Can I not pick out of inventories? I might not be able to pick out of inventories. I think that's what it is. So I need a depot with a crate and a funnel. Like so. So now I can pick. Nope, pick. Like so. And now give you some charcoal. Oh, that doesn't do what I wanted it to do. That's okay. But now, allegedly, this is running now. And I can also actually, you know, in the same breath, use this too. Come on, buddy. Do that. So we have one engine dedicated for this guy. Let's just make sure you work. Is it possible to run an additional cog into another side of the encased gear So you can transfer 256 per line. Uh, Good idea, but no. Unfortunately, the cogs themselves also have a stress limit. You can see here max kinetic capacity of 128. The chain doesn't snap to my knowledge, but we're actually limited by all of the kinetic components. Like if you actually look at the ponder here, look at how many variants I have. I have belt variants, I have cog variants, I have shaft variants, I have gearbox variants. But the implication here is that the things that don't have variants are behaving as default create machines and don't have the same limitations. Now, this is probably not the case because you can see here that I can still see that it's 128 at current at shaft tier. But with 2 boilers here, let's see how big this needs to be. Just to get to 2. Yeah, there you go. So 2 blaze burners, or 1 with anthracite. And this guy just going here. We have an effective means of distribution here. Now, I don't know that I could probably go higher. But remember also that like my other option here is simply like piping shafts to where they need to go, effectively like pipes. So like I could do the same thing here. I can just like pipe the shafts around on the factory floor to go where I need them to go. I think verticality here is the innovation, but again the problem is like what I may need to do alternatively is have them horizontally like so. To work in that regard. This looks like it's working. I didn't see it move, but it looks like it's working. What do you mean, Richard? It's just the... You just click go on CurseForge. There shouldn't be any extra ifs, ands, or maybes. So I can also pipe the shafts as if I were running pipes, which is good, but I wanted to verify that this idea works. Now, this still works, actually. Which is cool. Oh, not quite. So I can still hop onto these. Yeah. It's a little squirrely, but if I were to, for example, oops. Has to do with where I'm looking, but let's see if I can ladder my way onto a higher belt here. Lovely. Now it's interesting to note that these are alternating directions because of the cogs, which is fine. The question is there a more efficient way to distribute the rotation here? Because alternatively, this I have the bottom going to the farthest. I could also have this one go here. I'm going to do the same kind of thing where I Just stagger them across. Which perhaps looks a little cleaner. Oh, Wretched, you need to use CurseForge. This is a CurseForge mod pack. It was designed for CurseForge specifically. I don't know that it's possible to recreate the same build instance without using CurseForge. So, Prism can do CurseForge? Alright, well, if that's the way you want to be, then you'll hear no complaints from me. And I'm not forcing you to play. I mean, I use CurseForge because it's simple. Like, I could go, you know, do other stuff if I wanted, but it's easy. Alright. I didn't know that Prism could do CurseForge packs. I thought, when I tried to install something a while ago, I thought that I could only do CurseForge with CurseForge, but... yeah, backseating it. Just backseat me instead. There you go. Okay, this appears to be working. But, having said that, I am now slightly convincing myself that maybe piping things is a little more efficient. But this at least looks cool. And it doesn't scale great vertically either, unfortunately. But how close could you put these things together? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Wretched. Alright, so next question. What the what? That doesn't seem right. Oh, I'm too hot. That's right. I forgot. That's frustrating. And of course it all melts. Lovely. What is it, like slush water? How does one use this? Powdered snow, maybe. 0.1 degree per second. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna... Sir, okay, let's see. Oh, here we go. Oh. Guess we don't have the body temp. All right. That's very frustrating. I just wanted to see how many chains it takes to connect something. So this is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blocks. Took 6 chains. Or 4 chains. That took 6. That took 11. All right, so this is not, it's not meant to break the bank, but 1 chain is 4 blocks. I see, okay. I bet you it'll probably tell me, huh? It's not going to tell me. Wow. All right. The other thing I'm realizing is that I could probably be more space efficient. Right? I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. I'm also realizing that I can be a lot more space efficient with this because I can probably just stack them, right? My idea about encased drives. Why is the game not showing? Streamlabs, come on. Streamlabs. Is this the freaking... Of course it is. Okay. Well, I guess I don't get to use windowless. Or borderless full screen, rather. Now. It is letting me pipe shafts like this. Yes. Evil, evil. Alright, so... Well, if this is the case... Well, But I would still have to stagger them like this anytime that I wanted to use them, right? So, like, I could... In theory, I could even do, like, this. Which doesn't look quite as clean. But the problem is that I couldn't collapse these together because they connect. Yeah, I added myself some space so that this bottom one was on the same Y level. That's all. What this buys me is like a vertical flexibility and complexity over here. What this buys me is simplicity here, but additional vertical complexity. Well, I could still just do this. Like, there's no reason why this doesn't work. Yeah. Well, so the other thing that I wanted to do is figure out what can go where. So we have a mechanical press, steel mechanical press, steel mechanical mixer, curving press, steel mechanical saw. What other machines do I have? Deployer, I guess. I have like the ever important wire mill. That is true as well. Yeah, I have the other ones: the sander, the belt grinder, not a belt sander. Excuse me. Wire mill. Wire. Then no. What's it called? Coiler. Yes. Spring coiling machine. And the rolling mill. Here we go. All right. So the question is, how can I group these together so that they work at the best capacity? So this is 1x RPM, so this goes by itself if I want this running at 128. This is 1x, so it goes by itself. This is 0.5. This is 1. Okay. This is 0.25, so we have up to 4 of these. This is 0.25. This is 0.5. And this doesn't say, but it's 1. Now, what about the vacuumer thing? 0.5. So 0.25, 0.5. And this has a minimum RPM requirement. Oh, this one does not. The help hammer I don't use anymore. The forge hammer is strictly the Steam version, the Steam multi-block version. So this is only 0.25, huh? Oh, but you know, typically you'd be wanting slow, medium, and fast here, huh? So some combination of these guys. You can probably fit 3 of them together to get each of the speeds. These guys are both belt-driven ones, and these are both stand-driven ones. So I'm tempted to do this guy and the rolling mill together. Because then what I could do is I could do a setup like this, where I can do... Like I can do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Then get some steel crates. What the heck? That was weird. What tech level are frog ports? The frog ports themselves, I believe, are available in ULV. But actually using them with logistics is a little tougher because the redstone links require rose quartz, which requires a laser engraver. So I think the whole create logistics, the high logistics, is probably best described as being LV. But actually, what if I just do it this way? Just have 2 of these guys. And then some funnels. Oh, you know, this guy goes on the machine. These guys go inside of it. It's no AE2, yeah. Well, I think, given that AE2 is an HV, and that's an LV, like, having a real robust logistics architecture to get you through all of MV, I think is, like, a perfectly reasonable place to be. So, my other curiosity was, could I do this? Can I... Does that work? Will you go in like this? So, like, if I give you a... you're gonna turn... Yeah, and the retrofit is not too bad. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. So we need a iron rod. And then we need a bucket of water. Well, what the hell? We're in creative. Let's use lubricant. Will you just go straight in? You will. Lovely. Now, this is taking up this block, though, so I cannot simultaneously... What the heck? Boy, do I love metadata. Can I also do this? So the thought is then, instead, if I do it this way, you will still behave yourself. And then I can do something like this, where oh, this goes in the top, doesn't it? I'm trying to build something here that's not even close to what I'm trying to do here. Oh, it can. Okay. I was wrong. I still don't understand how to do this. It's got to be like close to the end. Which SE is the fast mode? It varies. Yeah, I don't love this. For like for a manual processing line, this looks ugly. Even though these are both 1x. And they're both belt driven. I mean, alternatively, right, we can do... I mean, I guess the one other thing that you could do, right, is... Instead of doing the additional funnel, like crate here, funnel here, you could do shoot, crate. But then over here you would still have to do funnel. I'm just trying to find out like a manual crafting setup that doesn't hurt my head. You can skip the funnels for the roller? I mean, I was just going by... the ponder here. Because otherwise, if I don't have a funnel on the outside, then it's just going to stay there. Yeah, you can drop the items on top, but the problem is that if you don't funnel them out, then they just stay in the machine. I don't really like this. Oh, you know what would make it a little better? I think this works, right? Yeah. Well, this is significantly better. Is there no way to do this? Is this just not a thing? Like, what does this do? Yeah, that doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. However, that does something. The problem is, anything I put in here, nope, that's not the button I use. The thing I put in here also goes in here. Actually, this is the output side. Who cares? There you go. Now, the input side. Is a little different. I would love if it were able to look like this. And it can. At least on this one it can, because I can just do... Well, maybe it can't. Because I know here I can do this. But this really does require a belt, huh? Hmm. Unless... There you go. Only slightly cursed. If it's stupid and it works, it isn't stupid. The problem is that I was hoping to keep it in this footprint, but unfortunately this violates that. Hold on. Let's see. No, that's obstructed now. I mean, you could, of course, like, do this. But that's gonna go in. Yeah, no, never mind. Hmm. How to do this? I really want to keep it in this footprint. It would be very slick. Hmm. I mean, the only thing I can think of. I'm not even sure if it works this way. Can you hopper into the side of a belt like this? You can. Unfortunately, that is not. It creates. Yeah, this is cursed. Hoppering into the side of a belt. I mean, it works, but it's not very create-esque. It's a shock that they don't have a create version of a hopper. Um, it is really shocking that they don't have. Because you'd think, yeah, but just like something that side loads from inventory to inventory. You know, I'm gonna say that probably the most permissible way to do this, um, is like this. And actually, we can justify this being a chute because you can put more than one thing in this machine at a time. This is probably like the least cursed way to do it. Portable storage interface. Yeah. I guess. But those don't connect if they're just sitting here. Hmm. You know, this is a manual crafting setup. Who cares? Well, that solves this one, and we can run these two at half speed, and we'll be fine. This one only takes... Let's see. 0.5. And the curving press takes 0.5. So what if you... And this takes 0.5. Just trying to think about like what banks of machines I want. So I could do like 2 of these at half each. Then I was thinking about throwing in the mixer as well, because then these each go down to a quarter. Well, let's see what that looks like processing speed wise. So like if I do 2 of these guys, and then like well, you know, these guys go 1x as well. And that's a 1x. So probably... You might instead would prefer a setup where you can manage these guys. Should I delete my small cocks? Probably do one of these. I guess the problem is you can't really do the same thing with the vacuumizing setup because These are each half. These are each 1. So you need a way to have these down. Which this would be the wrong way, because that would put these at double speed. But this driven at half of that. Aha. So now you got each of these at 32 and each of these at 32. So there's your 128. I guess the other question is, does pressurizing ever result in fluids? No, pressurizing only results in items. And vacuuming only results in fluids. Interesting. Well, no, that's not true. That can't possibly be true. I don't know what the difference is. So there is shit that comes out the top. Apparently. I don't actually know what this means. Put anthracite and creosote in the basin, and syngas comes out. So apparently some things do come out of the top. This is interesting because it doesn't show the vacuuming of the vacuum tubes. But I know that, like, when you process latex, yeah, it turns into stuff in the basin. So this is implying that it comes out of the basin. Or out of the head of the thing. So it is pressurizing. No, these are the only pressurizing recipes. But Pressurizing always starts with liquid. So then we run into the same problem. So allegedly this is the best way to do it. And then I can just put something up here if I ever need it. Question is, are these guys going fast enough to actually do their job? Yes. Now, why is this not pulling out? Is that because you... Yeah, it goes squirting out here. No, fluid output. No. Will not drain fluid. Can I not pump into the bottom side of a barrel? That would be absurd. Why are you connecting? That's crazy. Don't do that. Apparently, let's see. Okay. That is actually a true statement. You physically cannot insert into the top of a drum or to the bottom of a drum. It has to be the side. Which is crazy to me. But you know what I'm seeing now? Yeah, it's the bottom is strictly an output face. But I need to run these twice as fast as I run the pumps. I'm just trying to think of like an effective way to like do multiple crafting runs. Like, so this is my tank. And I can basically just, you know, if I want to do a recipe, I come up with a tank of stuff or with an empty tank. And then I can either like pump into this one or pull from this one or what have you. Just as like a quick. But to make this work, I need to run these two twice as fast as I run these guys. Problem is I can't do two big gears here. I can only do one. I want these twice as fast, which means I want these half as fast. Oh, there you go. This is I was making this way too hard. Here you go. No, I got it backwards. Shoot. Dang it. Yeah, exactly. Well, I really just, I want that to be like mechanically geared so that I can, these need to be half as fast. So this needs to be a large cog driven by a small cog. No. Yes. A large cog driven by a small cog. Yes. I did figure out something kind of cool with like stacked chain conveyors, but welcome in. I mean, this is gross, and then I would have to... no, so what I wanted was I wanted to run a steam engine. I should really get rid of all this. I wanted to figure out how I could run my steam engine and then take each of the corresponding shafts and use their power independently. How much water did I make over here, man? Please go away. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, steam engine load splitting, basically. And what I came up with is like you can stack change conveyors. The other thing that I started with, which you didn't see, which I thought was kind of neat, um, which was like where I had this idea, is what you can do is you can place one of these and then place a cogwheel underneath it, and then if you encase the cogwheel, you can then put another chain conveyor beneath it, and they won't connect. So now I basically have like vertical transmission of three separate like three separate lines that can each carry like the full 128 SU. And then I had like the, the three engines connected here. So this is like where we started, and then I realized that I could also just do this. So it depends. But now I'm trying to figure out like now I'm trying to think like how I can make nice like manual crafting setups. This is what I came up with for saw and roller, running them both at half speed. This is a little cursed, but we couldn't find a better way to do it. Now I'm trying to figure out how I can set up like a double vacuumizing pressurizing thing, which like theoretically you could run at 32 SU, because these both take 1x and these both take 0.5x. So if you have the speed that you send it, yeah, exactly, F13. But I need to figure out a way to how to like drive these guys half as slowly as this one. And I'm not succeeding right now. Because this is really convenient, but this drives these twice as fast as these. But I wanted the opposite. Can't do that. So what I need to do is drive this guy with this. Adjustable chain gear shift. That's not going to help me. Case chain drive. Oh, I think this is what you're describing. Oh. Okay. Well, I mean, I have a recipe for these, so I can make them. So I believe what we're advocating for is the following. And then let's just say, like, we'll power this guy from here. So we're saying... That's rude. I'm sure they break the stress capacity in some way. I think it's because the encased J drives don't have the stress, like the SU stuff that the other ones do. So, like, having them be able to change like that would make it frustrating. Alright. What if I use rotational speed controller somehow? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the point, yeah. Fine. Down tier power. You place the speed controller against the side of a block and have it horizontal instead of vertical. I don't believe so. I think it always stays in its same, yeah. Yes. Looks like it's transformer. Yeah. This just transmits unless you... I read about this, but... Oh, you're saying use this to do the... Oh, okay. Well, I can do this with encasing. I can see that much. Do this. Also, hold on. This needs to be driven at 32. these guys are... Oh, no, I was right. Okay, so this is going to be 2x. And then we're going to drive you at 16. No, that's not right. What you're saying is that if this goes faster... No, so I need to run the lower network off of this. Okay, because this is a one-directional kind of thing. Well, no, because it says stress impact per RPM. Oh, I understand. This is very confusingly worded. All right, I think I see what it's getting at now. So if we set this to 2x, it's saying that every SU taken by this costs 2 times as much, right? So what I want to do is I want to drive the pumps off of this instead. That's not what I meant to do. So now... $128 is being made available. Only 64. Transforms to a high stress distribution trunket, yeah. No, these are running at the same speed. That's not what I want. Okay, I'm too stupid. Let's try this again. That the thing doesn't do speed conversions. Okay. This is stress impact per RPM. Yeah, so now it's... Gotcha. Alright, so not a viable solution. Yeah, it's basically a stress clutch, yep. So this works for this, right? Because we could drive this at half speed, this gets doubled. But how do we drive this at the same speed as this? Because we can't put another gear within this. Unless we put it like out here. That defeats the purpose. I mean, we could extend above the thing and, like, belt those, and that would work, but... chain drives could work as well. It's a shame that this doesn't work, because this would be so convenient. Yes, and chain drives can twist, agreed. Oh, you're fine. That won't even fit. All right, well, this is what's possible. Let's start with that. What does this buy me? I can run these guys at a different speed than what is coming in with the shaft. But I cannot now power this guy at all. Yeah, this is a pressurized and suction cup, and with the idea is that it's configurable, so this one can go into here or into here. And it turns out that you can only ever insert into the side of barrels, not the bottom. So I would like to keep it flush. That's like kind of what I'm trying to do here. So I can do this. Which double powers those and single powers these, which is the same problem. However, alright, because I can't place this now. So the only way that I can get power to this thing now is like this. I mean, so... well, now I need to configure this guy to be... well, I don't know. These guys take 1x RPM. So I want them running at 32. Yeah. This guy running at 32, I guess. Nope, why does that not work? Why does it have to be 48? That doesn't make sense. I'm powering the pumps 1-to-1. Well, hold on. Oh, they're... What the hell? Oh, because they're half. That's right. So this needs to actually be 64. And now this can be 32. There you go. Well, I did it, technically. Yeah, Tav, that's basically the idea. I mean, this works. It's awful. I'm used as a useless speed controller because I need to use one anyways. To get these guys going at the right speed. Actually, hold on. Aww. Oh. Okay. Whoa, okay. That did not like that. Are you still set at 64? Yeah. So then you should be set to half of that. 32. What the? Why are they breaking? Well, that's what I want. I want them to connect to the same axle so that I can put whatever the hell I want into here. What is this? Just a way that these guys work? Can I not do this? I can. So they're connecting somewhere else that I don't intend them to be connecting to. How? That works. Oh, why is this moving? Oh, because this is meant to be for this guy. I connected it to the wrong thing. Ah, but I can't connect to this here anymore. Because I have no space. Why is that? Grr. There we go. The idea is that I was going to have to use a second rotational speed controller anyways, so I might as well just be able to put whatever the hell I want into this and go from there. This is gross, but technically it works. I can encase shafts, right? Yeah, okay. I think I might do the piping of the shafts instead of the chain conveyors for at least the main factory area. But that is disgusting. I hate this. Is there really not a better way to do this? I mean, let's all remember this. Try that. We're going to try something else here. Oh. So that's pretty elegant. The problem is that I wanted access to the barrel on the front here. Kind of what I was doing over here. It's like I can effectively just like, hey, I have something here, I can just grab it and like switch the same things around to go to the same barrel. That's what I was really looking for. And with that, you have the pumps behind. So you can't... Also, that still doesn't work because you're still driving the pumps at 2x the speed, now that I look at it more closely. You've got a big cog going into the pumps, which means that they're going at x2. Right, that's the bigger problem. We want the pumps to go half as fast as the vacuums. We want the vacuums to go twice as fast as the pumps. Do I buy anything by doing this instead? Yeah, I want vacuums at 2x the pumps. I mean, so... Ah, but this connects them. Can I... Is there any way that I can not have them connect? I can also just do this with gearboxes. This is actually way more elegant. Yeah, this is not bad at all. Right, because now we put you at half of what I want, which is 16. I put you at what I actually want, which is 32. And I'm pretty sure I drive you at literally any speed. Let's see, 32, 16. No. These guys got to go faster. Because they take half of it. No. Why? Oh, because I specifically need to drive the right one. Because this is getting transmitted in here. So now they're at 32. But that's assuming that these come in at 16. Oh, I see your swap. Okay. Well, so this works assuming what comes in is 16, right? Because I can't do anything to this. This should be agnostic. But it's not. Ah, so the solution here is to power its... So I can't put anything here, right? Well, I can. Okay. But for symmetry purposes, I might... I mean, yeah, you just power it from here instead, right? So now literally it doesn't matter what you put in. You drive these at 64, these at 32. No, these at 16? Because they take 1x? No, these need to be driving at 32, and this just needs to have at least... Why? 32, 32, 64. Oh, no. It has to be half because we have a large cogwheel. I remember. There you go. There's 128. Well, this is significantly more elegant. And the trick of having two of these together and using a case drive for one set and gearboxes for the others is actually like the thing that makes it work. What do you think, F13? Can I get your buy off on this? That this looks pretty elegant? And actually, you know, this is going to be working by piping things in from the floor, so we can just do a vertical gearbox here, and then it'll be piped up from here. Yeah, chain drive versus gearbox, because that didn't connect them in the center. Because I'm trying to use these two to do specifically what I want, so I can just pump whatever I want into here and then get my desired configurations out. And this is like nice and compact. It's like pretty symmetrical. You got a bump on the left side, but we could even like do this business on the other side if we wanted. I really like this. Okay, what I want to do is I want to take one full 128 SU shaft in from somewhere, and I want to be able to power this full flank using the full 128. And the idea is that I want to both vacuumize and pressurize, or vacuumize and pressurize. But the observation is that the pressurizing never results in items. Or sorry, the pressurizing always results in only items, And the vacuumizing only results in fluids. And potentially some on the top where we can, stick something else up here. But the point is that I cannot insert fluid into the bottom of a drum. I can only insert to the top and the sides. So the idea is that I take the vacuumize, which only makes items, or I think I have these backwards now. There we go. I take vacuumize, or pressurize, which only makes items. No, I had it backwards. What the hell am I talking about? Pressurizing makes items from fluid. So I always have to take fluid into something to pressurize it. To vacuumize, I need to take fluid and make items. The point is that, like, vacuumizing might introduce fluid, which means here, okay, I figured it out. I'm going to explain it this one more time. Wash your mind. We're starting fresh. Okay, I want to put a single 128 SU shaft in and power all of these. And I want to automatically be able to bring a drum with me to provide and collect fluid from the setup. One of these is vacuumizing, the other is pressurizing. Vacuumizing has the ability to create fluids, while pressurizing only ever consumes them. Because the drum can't input from the bottom, I want to use one side face and one bottom face. The one that can't ever generate fluid is the one that I want to take here because I couldn't do this, right? For example, I couldn't push back in. However, as long as I extract, I can take fluids in here and do the pressurizing to make items. Here, though, it's a little bit different because I can both insert to the side and extract from the side, which is more useful for the vacuumizing. That's what we're trying to accomplish here. And then if we really wanted to put the finishing touch on, what you would do is you would then stick two depots right here. Now, I should verify that claim that well, I'm always just manually tossing items in here. That's the other part of this. Like, I'm only ever tossing items in. Actually, because of that, it would be better to have the depots on the side. What I need to do is I need to verify that the drum can be extracted from the side. So let's fill this drum up with something. What can I vacuumize here? Simply. Yeah, let's just put some water in here. Yeah. Beautiful. So then here, I can suck the water back out and put it back in. But here I can't do that. You have the drum there is both an input and output depending on what you're trying to do. If you want to pressurize something, you want both pumps down so that the drum outputs to the pressurizer. No, I actually want it like this. Up and down so that it only outputs to the pressurizer. When you want to vacuum something, The pumps are... Oh, no. So there's no daisy chaining here. I could daisy chain if I wanted to. Which is how, this is how I would do that. Is there any recipe in which I would want to do that though? Does vacuumizing ever create something? No. So there's not the daisy chaining use case. The basically is like, I want input output here, and I can just like switch between them here. So this is, I am taking fluid and I'm pressurizing it. This is, I'm taking fluid and I'm vacuumizing it. And then if something is generated from the vacuumizing, I can flip this up and put it back in. The point is that pressurizing only ever requires fluid. It doesn't ever produce fluid, which is why I have this on the bottom face. But I don't know that there's anything for the... yeah, that's correct, but this is handcrafting. I don't really care. And typically, right, I am pressurizing a fluid, right? That's the only thing that a pressurizing recipe does. Like, I'm pressurizing a fluid. And I'm vacuumizing items, usually. So... I can't make latex at the same time as vacuum tubes. That's a false statement. You can't make latex at the same time as vacuum tubes. Well, yeah, but I could... Like, the thing that's making latex, I could do over here, and then I could just swap this one. Like, it's the same... Like, yeah, I just... The idea is that I can, like, configure this system with a wrench. But by default, it looks something like this. It's like I can just toggle stuff back and forth. I think this meets the need. Depots don't stock outputs. Yeah, these are optional. I can just grab the stuff that I need from the thing. I've like chucked a ton of stuff in here before, and it's like there's no way to have a basin directly output into an inventory, so I don't think there is. Yeah, because that's not gonna spit out there. I would have to have like a chute here and then an inventory elsewhere. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah, and Belzo 0 SU. I'm happy with this. This is like what I wanted to get to, and this looks like super slick. So, alright, what did this not cover? Curving press and mechanical press. Okay. Let's get rid of all this other BS. So curving press is half. Mechanical press is 1. And how much is a deployer? 0.25. Well, so the curving press... You use many kinds of things with the curving press. And you have to, like, click them on. Mechanical press is something that you would typically want heated. These guys occasionally need to be heated as well. So, actually, that actually fixes the argument for these being depots. Because then, if they were not depots... Oh, I can. Okay, never mind. I can technically click those in there. But for these guys, I believe the curving press... Yeah, is all either belt or depot. So... For bulk input, you can also bend a chute through the vacuum head and put a crate on it diagonally. For bulk input, you can also use a chute through the vacuum head, put a crate on it diagonally. You're talking like... you're talking like that. And then I could be rocking some crates up here. That's a good idea. I like that. It's a little glitchy, but I like it. Because then this also, like, justifies the fact that sometimes, you know, you would have drums up here as well. This is sick. I like this a lot. This is very industrious. I guess then, if we're already out the side here, then you really do want the depot. Just to, like, because now we can't, like, directly deal with that much, so... Absolute unit. I like it. Okay, curving press times 2. Not super helpful. Yeah, basically. Is there anything else at half speed that I could run over here? Ah, a wire mill is half speed. Okay. That's actually potentially useful. So how does one automate the spring coiling machine? It's always ejected out the front of the machine. Okay. What a depot... One of them would always be liquids as the output, though, wouldn't it? Oh, not necessarily, because I can use each of them for either. That's the point. The point is that I would just primarily... Like, if I were making fluids with vacuumizing, I wouldn't do it on this side. That's, like, the only limitation of this setup is, like, I cannot vacuumize and create fluids in the basin on this side. That's the only limitation. Now, these guys always come out the front, which is incredibly inconvenient. Is there any other half-speed system here? Yes, correct. I trade that limitation for one block less in width. And I like the even flip here because I can just reconfigure to my heart's content. Okay, so this guy, it's always coming out the front, which is frustrating. So, can we do any better? I bet you this doesn't do what I want. Potentially. Although they're pretty simple. Alright, so what happens if I put iron rods in here? You only eject one at a time, which is good. I believe. Where are these going? What the hell is happening? Hello? Is there not a valid recipe for these? Oh, there is no such thing as a small wrought iron spring. This is an invalid recipe. That's what's happening. There is no such thing as a small wrought iron spring. Now, where are these ones going? I'm just getting squirted out the front here. So what if I do that? Aha! Does this actually work? Because it does it one at a time, because this can only process one at a time. Yo! Actually? That's pretty cool. If I stand here, I'm gonna, like, grab it off top of this, but... Oh, I see what you're saying. Nope, they still go in. So with that in mind, can I reconfigure this at all? I don't think so, because this can only be driven right here. I mean, this largely works because, like, this is going to be a depot. This is going to be a blaze burner with a basin. I'm standing far enough over here that if I were to be doing processing here, I'm not going to pick those up. I mean, I need to... I'm standing right here doing stuff. I'm not going to grab it. Move the coiling machine up and put items in via the side. What side? I mean, realistically, what you would probably do is you would probably do it this way instead, right? So then you're never going to accidentally pick stuff up because you're physically distanced from the thing. And it means that these are all now in the same drive orientation. So... or however you want to drive this, but... and then you can, put this in right here or something and, pipe this from the ground. Beautiful. Can do my curving press thing right here. I'm never going to pick this up, right? Nope, it gets directly grabbed. This is a nice 3x3. And then, you know, I have the added bonus. If I can keep all of my curving presses in here, just grab them out and swap them and then use this as the same output. Alright, I like this one. Now, for the fun one, let's try and build a setup that does all 3 speeds of grinding. Now, these are meant to be counter-rotating like the saw blade is. So you're meant to be able to put them in line like this. But I don't know if that's going to be possible. How do we want to do this one? So let's see. We can't stack them directly because then we have no access. Although, that's a good question. Can belts... like, if I do... if I do this... can things move on this belt? They can. Okay. So then that actually might be kind of cute. Is doing this same kind of thing right there. Let's see, how could I set this up? So like you do one, and then not quite. We're onto something here because we can do the same thing we did over here, which is like, let's get this guy down here. Ah, but this is going to get complicated by this. I would like to do I/O via crates if possible for these kinds of machines. I mean, I can always do this kind of thing again. How did I do that? There it is. This is a nice little monolithic area here. Now this won't work because I need stuff here. So hear me out. What if we do kind of a star shape? So we do like one of these kinds of things. So now this works pretty easily because we can just do this, and that works just fine. Now, in terms of unloading things, you obviously would want to be able to do this. But there's not a good way to get something up and over, I don't think. So like the easy way to do this would be to stack up by one, but that looks really ugly and I don't like this. You have 2 belts on the output of those going into crates to get bulk storage. Oh, I could. Unfortunately, there's blaze burners on either side here, but now is there a way to make this work? Because that would be the dream. Or at the very least, something like this. I mean, here we get to do that. Can't do it any other way, though. All right. Lower the belts one each. Then you can have the inputs one up at the same time as top level. Yeah, I did mute myself. That was intentional. Are you saying, like, do all of these down by one? Is that what you're saying? Alright, let's come back to this one. Maybe there's another grinder geometry I can do here. I mean, there's always the basic option of just, like, do one huge one and then just, like, have belts in the middle. That seems space inefficient. The lowest down one from where it is. The middle one down from where it was. And the top one down from where it was. The top would be flat, so to speak. The middle looked the same as the bottom one. So you're saying, like, this, almost. And the bottom one further into the ground, yeah. I mean, the other option here is that we do, like, we just stagger the distances. Right, so we could do... And we could have things over here, but I don't particularly like that. We could always do something like this. Where it's like, you know, you have your thing here, here, and then here. And then you just throw stuff on top. The problem with this is that then it would, like, things that were made here would get shot out, which is not what I want. Unless we do something like this where like spits out into a hopper. I don't even know if that'll work. But this is ugly, I don't like it. I mean, what's the best way to get this thing fed? Is it really like this? I mean, I guess in this instance we could go one closer. I mean, maybe this is just like... You can use drains and vanilla create for single block option. That doesn't let items go in though, right? Oh. I see what you're saying. Oh, so what you're saying is like I could do this effectively to just have it like roll over. Okay. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I mean, this technically works. Feels like wasted space, though. Hmm. Oh, that's really neat. Yeah, I guess that's an interaction that I wouldn't have even thought of. That's super clever. Can you directly have no belt on the input side? Uh oh. Just like this. Hmm. Might be able to be the same thing but a block away. Maybe. The other thing I'm realizing is that I can kind of just like combine these all into the same output. Yeah. Well, so this is going to be funny. Also, let's see, what are the speed ratios for these things? So they take 0.25. So if I run this one at 256, it's at 64. So if I run this one at 128, speed high, speed high, speed medium, speed low. I think 16 is the cut point. So this is 16. $64 and 256, so times 4 each way. Just as it is, but no belt. Oh, so just this, you're saying. I feel like it's just going to fall off. I mean, I guess let's see. Oh, I guess it has some momentum to it. I guess it does just fling in. That's kind of fun. Does this also grab it? Because then we could also just do like this thing. Is there any way to output out of the top of a face? Because, like, this is a thing, but what does it actually do? Oh, it just pops it up. Interesting. So if I put a belt on here... It does, okay. Do you have any items with a... I have to give this a block, don't I? Not enough momentum. I was hoping it would, like, shoot out and bounce, but... Actually, why don't we just do this? It'll look a little goofy, but I mean, it's still a reasonable way to do this. So the question is, what happens when this interacts? Is there any chance that that goes inside? Oh. What about you? No worries, Tav. You feel better. Because now, surely, you can just put a belt right here. No worries, Tav. Alright, because now we go straight down to here, right? Yup. I mean, it becomes a little inelegant to try and, like, get this into an output. Well, hold on. Can't I do this now? Well, that ruins any chance I have of doing anything here, right? The hell does this do you think? Yeah, it's just stuck. Actually, wouldn't it be so cool if this drops down? No, it shot up here, didn't it? Because I was thinking then we could do this, which would be legendary. But it sounded like it got reprocessed up there. So now it just doesn't go anywhere. Tree of Shoots. Maybe. So now it doesn't go anywhere. Until I put this here and then it actually behaves. Are you talking about something like, Like that. Does this work? Well, because there's no chute here now. Yeah. Does this work? It does. Oh, how cool would it be if this worked? Damn it. Well, you know, we already are using a hopper in one place. No, it got picked up by the next one here. Each chute going into one of those diagonal chutes? Maybe. The problem is that this one clearly got picked up onto the next one here. Okay, so that straight up doesn't work. So the only thing that works here is a chute, huh? Or a belt. Oh, things can go in here. Hold on. That's the case. You do the diagonal thing, you'd have the inputs at the top. Output at the bottom, so you'd have the interface would be... If you do the diagonal thing, you could have the inputs at the top and output at the bottom. Interface would be one wide. I don't quite follow, but what I did realize is that I can do this. Because I can place that in there. Although, you know, I'm going to have some extra SU laying around. On account of the fact that this is not going to take a full... Can I do this? Does this work? No, it puts it in here. Well, that's actually fine. I lost my cog. Ah, but you don't go in. Okay. Not being the face you'd see, but the side of the machine. Oh, I see what you're saying. That might work. This still works in the middle here, right? Yes. Okay. I wish there was a way to go from here to here. With something. A hopper doesn't work because it takes up the whole box. I can hear you. I can see you, Tough. They don't work on tongs? Oh, shoot. I can see it. I can see everything, Tev. It's a shame you can't bend chutes to have them work like hoppers. That I think we established that this doesn't work. So funnel into the crate doesn't work either. Funnel into the crate works. My problem is I'm trying to get the stuff from the bottom output in. Oh, that's neat. It would be cool if you could output it from this side and have it go in underneath, but that's not how that works. Can I stop this from happening? Actually, yes, I can by having another chute here, which is really funny. If you take the chute one down, you might be able to get what you're trying to do. I want some way to get something from this machine. The bottom needs the belt to get the items, and then you have the chutes that you want the inputs to. The funnel to go up from the belt into a chute. I tried that. What I really want is I want to get something from this machine into this at this level or one up. The problem is that this I don't think works. Because then this guy gets stuck. Yeah. Out of curiosity, does this work? Oh, you're not powered. That's the next step, F13. Okay, well, how about this? You know, that I can live with. That I can easily live with. This is like probably as good as it's going to get. I guess the answer was more diagonal. This is actually pretty unoffensive. Yeah. All right, now comes the fun part. How do I power this? All right, well, so let's see. That's a good start. So that divides by 2 each time. But we actually want division by 4. Yeah, bottom being fastest for now, because that's like the majority of the crafts that I do, so I want that one to be. So this works now. These two are not interacting, which is really cool. Actually, no, they are. Yeah, that's still gonna break. Okay. I need to divide by 4 each time. That divides by 2. Which might be enough for the last stage, 16. I want 16, 64, 256, basically. So that divides by 2. That is each a division by 2. So yeah, it might just be better to do 3-speed controllers and not futz about with this. Although the other way is better. Yeah, that's not too bad. If I only use 2, we can't assume the input is fast is the problem. We want the input to be anything. So this collectively takes like 24 SU, which is barely any, or 84 SU out of 128, which leaves me what? $44? Can I do with 44 SU? Maybe some pumps or something? Well, it's a very diagonal build. That kind of looks nice too. Me gusta. That's really slick. Oh, dude, that looks so good. And you know, for the extra sauce, you put one of these right here. Oh, it's not going to connect no matter what. Okay. Other than this one little gap right here, like this seam. I really like this. Yeah, diagonal ALUs, baby. And it's also like really goofy to just like see the gears coming out the front here. But oh, you know what I didn't do is power the belts. Wrong way. I also probably want them powered off to the fastest one, not the slowest one, huh? Gotta make sure that these are all working the right way. There we go. Belts instead of gears? Perhaps. It would be the wrong direction. There you go. I'm super happy with that. Unfortunately, we will have to wait for the implementation later on the server because I have hit my end stop for the night. So, I'm going to be calling it here. Unfortunately, I am going to be on a business trip next week. So no streams next week. If I had to guess, probably the next stream would be next Saturday or next Sunday. So I will be gone for about a week. But we got some good stuff done. We got some like scheming done, which means that I can basically hop right back into it when I'm done here, or when I'm back, and just start implementing. But that's all I got for tonight. Take it easy, guys.